Hello, everybody. How are you doing? Hope you have a beautiful Friday, as it is Friday. And that means that our good old sub qualifiers get that chance that they got from qualifying, and everybody else who are a sub will get a chance to play. Hey, Joe, how's it going? So, as per tradition, I'm gonna do a bit of chill chess, so not really in the mood for hunting for any side sort of type of result, but definitely gonna play some good old chillio stuff and chess. So if you have any ideas that I should come up with, do let me know. And also, just a reminder, it's going to be after the tournament, so 9 a.m. CT is going to be the sub simul. Alright. Let's go e4. Gain that good old extra space. Can be bad. I mean, it could be, but usually it ain't. Let's just go attack that fellow. Hello, Shura. What's up? Alright, let's go bishop b5. By all means, the best move, devised by that lovely little priest of Ruy Lopez. Queen f6. Not ideal, because it runs into this idea. Bishop a4. Always keep the pressure. Hello, people. Hello, hello, hello. Alright, knight d5, just asking my opponent to leave the premises. Okay, and I think as the queen is a little clumsy, it makes sense to blow it open with d4, hitting this bishop and hitting that pawn. d4, hitting the aforementioned things. I'm attacking all of them. Takes, and again in chess, you can take back immediately, but that's not a given. Sometimes you just move your bishop casually and attack the queen. And notice the queen can't really go there because knight c7 and everything falls. Anti-tilt is stopping me from tilting, so that is basically a help device. So sometimes you can win games with castling quickly, undermining kings in the center, and other times you can win just by exposing your opponent's queen in the center. Chess can be simple, and chess can be hard. Sometimes it's simple, sometimes it is. Not always, but a lot of times it can be. So now, once you trap the queen, you want to capture that mercilessly. Let's take that. Takes. Let's take this pawn. Why not? Just greed it all up. Take whatever I can. Okay, let's take with the queen. Now the queen takes is kind of a tricky move. Once there's nobody attacking this square, your queen is actually happy in the middle, because in this sense and in this scenario, your queen targets these pawns and controls the whole board. It might actually help out in an attack later on. Right, let's get the rook on the file. How to be more aware of positional ideas? It comes with practice, tons and tons of practice. Okay, h4, we want to go ahead and create some weaknesses around the king. Just solidly. There, rook rook e3, and even though h6 stops my pawn push, it does create a target, and that's what I need, a target. Okay, that's double. I own the e file. All right, rook g3. And now my rook and queen cooperates. It's basically a cooperation right now, or a corporation, whichever way you look at it. Rook c4, but now I can just take. Can't do nothing because the king is pinned. And I can just sacrifice there, and I can go here. Whole point is, yes, I gave up a rook, but there's nothing as strong as checkmate. The queen and rook basically form a deadly duo. My time frame is saying, I'm practicing tactics all day, but there are no positional puzzles out there. Yep, exactly. That's my thought, exactly. Maybe opening games. Yeah, but I think the only thing that you can do is study legends such as Karpov and Capablanca. And why I'm not saying Carlsen, well, it's sort of simple because Carlsen is kind of a mishmash of styles. He is very good positionally, but sometimes he goes into tactics and it's very hard to decipher whether he's aiming for positional play or not. Karpov has a very clean style, so if you study him or Capablanca, it's fairly obvious what you're going to get. Right, let's go e4. Let's go b3. Again, I'm trying to press down the g7 pawn. Okay, let's go f4. Also just sort of cleaning, sweeping for my bishop. Okay, let's go like c3. e6, bishop b5. This bishop at the moment is not too useful, so I am more than ready to get rid of it. d4. As I told you guys, I don't think Magnus is a great choice there, because Magnus's positional play, it's not that straightforward. Karpov's is much more straightforward. And it's sometimes when you're studying games, it makes sense. Also, Wire Time Frame has a point. Petrosian is a good idea. Petrosian is also very sound positionally. Now we're going to just talk about something less positional, and that is this position. Even though black has these beautiful bishops, it is closed, and it'll be an opposite side castling scenario. So anything can happen here, mostly checkmate though. Okay, let's go g4. We're gonna hammer down the pawn. This bishop is actually doing something that a dragon bishop does. It has a dual purpose. It defends the king and it attacks. So I'm gonna go g5, and possibly I can start running with the pawn, but that's not the only plan over here, or just one of them. Have computers muddled previously held concepts? No. Computers hadn't really done anything for chess. And I know I will hear screaming people, but yeah, the truth is computers may have done some little tweaks, but that's all. Rook d3. In fact, I'm going to change my mind. I might go for the attack this way. Computers aren't as influential as they make them out to be. They were influential people who were very strong and sort of had a say of where we're at chess, but those were humans, not computers. Yeah, Cheddar, isn't this familiar? They come up with ideas that humans are not familiar? Hardly. I've yet to see any idea that hasn't been devised yet and a human came up with. I mean, there might have been some human influenced, but I haven't seen like an idea that is just like, oh, I've never seen this before. What a brave new idea, brave new world. Never. In reality, it has been seen in the 70s or 80s already, so it's not like that is something groundbreaking and new. There, g6. Man, g6 is such an evil little move. All right. Let's go queen g4. Are we going? We're heading towards the king. Hello, mystery ones. How are ya? Yves Mantias, what's going on? So yeah, right now I'm doing the chill session, but after 9 a.m. CT, we are going to have the sub-simul. So that will be the fun period. I mean, this is also fun. We're just chilling and talking. With these H4, H5 ideas that they claim it's a computer's idea, it never really was. It was well known. And in fact, I've seen very strong players do that, especially one named by, oh my god, it's escaping me. It's Bent Larson. It's Bent Larson. Okay. So let's take on e6. Opening it up for the bishop. Also have these ideas if push comes to shove, and second and but not least, I'm attacking a lady. No, it's true. It's a true thing. It's true. It's the truth. It is just the truth that these men found. And Bent Larson was ahead of his time. And some might not believe it, but it's true. Also, some of those d5 sacrifices in those games between Stockfish and Alpha, it was kind of fascinating because it was invented by Polugayevsky and nobody ever mentioned his name. That kind of bothered me. Like, it could be groundbreaking and was very pretty, but Polugayevsky's name had to be mentioned there. So I kind of find it interesting when people just start not mentioning the humans who kind of did the hard grindy work over there. Thank you for the follow. Yep. let's take. The whole point is at the end of the day, I have checkmate. The fact that people ignore human advancement because of an AI is interesting to say the least. Yeps. Yeppers. Yeah, and if ticks. Checkmate. So these bishops are sneaky and they're very powerful and useful in attacks. Hello, VegGM. What's up? So we're going to have it and do those sub-simuls at 9 a.m. Just letting you know. Knight c3. Okay, I could hide. Actually, that's a worse decision. Let's just take that. The whole point is I have rook g7 at the end of the day. Here, then there's take. Is that so bad? Or rook h3. Rook h3, and if the queen moves, I go here. Rook h3. The whole point is there's no squares for the queen. And if I manage to get the queen on h4, it's going to be mate on both squares. So it's kind of interesting. Now I could have gone rook g7, but I think this is cleaner. And in fact, these are kind of like the human thoughts of how to win a game, is that you look at one good solution and you look for a better one. Obviously nothing new, but and again, the difference between the pieces, I have all of my guys ready to pounce. I can take, and this was kind of what I wanted. In this scenario, I'm taking more pawns than with rook g7. So that's why I chose this path instead of the other one. Alright, let's start rolling with h4, h5. Just opening it up for my rook. Queen f6, hitting this pawn. There, let's open it up. Rook f7, trying to be nasty, but I really want to take with the h pawn so my rook can get in. I don't really want to do it any other way. And that feels like the correct solution. Alright. Wie gewonnen spielt over there. Which is good. Gewonnen spielt is good. Would you say that two perfect players of chess would always draw their game? No. So it's kind of funny because computers always look for the best solution, but the best solution means that according to the criteria that they were given, that's the best way of going and playing. Now, there are complicated positions that could be misunderstood. And chess is more like a labyrinth. So, the deeper you go in, the more hazy it gets. So you don't necessarily know if that situation is good for you or bad for you. So yes, if you follow the computer's suggestions all the way to the top, then probably you are going to end up in a draw. However, if you're looking for like a complicated position, oftentimes someone is better, or it's possible that it's a draw, but just after a very complicated play. I mean, in that case, it could be a draw, but there are positions that are really not conclusive. I mean, yep, that is the thing, that there's some things that is worth considering, definitely. And they're complicated positions that are undecided and they're still up for debate. And that's kind of the dilemma that's going on. That there are plenty of lines that are complicated, and obviously some people don't want to go there, that's why they draw. So there's some that are solved. Definitely there are some that are solved and others are not. And sometimes they just go for that direction which is very close to solved, which ends in a draw. They could go to something that is not solved and is still interesting and relevant, but they just refuse to go there. So I'm not saying at all that chess is not dead. That chess is definitely not dead, because there are like this position, for example. I don't think it's a draw. Could it end in a draw? Definitely it could end in a draw. However, there's plenty of pieces on the board, and it will be mostly statistics which result will happen. So, will I win this game? Will I draw this game? It really depends. Yep, the subscriber simul will be from 9. One thing that also happens in the computer championships as wire time frame is that they also give worse starting positions to one side and vice versa. I have this very interesting idea, because suddenly the bishop doesn't really have a move backwards, and c4 is rather illegal. So yeah, chess can be tricky because there are like best moves and there are moves that are considered subpar. All right, let's take here. Takes e6. I'm gonna chase this bishop away. And again, notice that I've got a mighty little bishop and I'm already castled. And that is sort of a little bit of an advantage. Bishop b3. There. Alright, I think I'm gonna start rolling with the pawn. Try to break it open. And sometimes these are working. There. Okay. c4. So I'm just trying to open it up. My opponent made sort of a mistake, I think, because should have castled. Just gone for castling. Takes. Let's take this. And notice I don't care about that pawn as long as I can activate my pieces and get my rooks on the files. Mostly C and B files. Takes, I'll take. Even though it's opposite colored bishops, I'm the one attacking. So I'm kind of confident of this situation. I don't know why. I just have a feeling that I will have good play. Takes, let's go rook c8. Why do I lose? Because I play not good moves. That's why I lose. And that's the thing with everybody. You only lose if you play terrible moves, and that happens. Chess is simple in this way. If you play bad moves, you're going to lose. If you don't play bad moves, guess what? You're not losing. Alright, my opponent's just doing fine. Sadly, I can't take there. Okay, I think I'm gonna go king h8. Castles, and I'm gonna go g5, which is surprising. Normally, you wouldn't dare play g5. And why is g5 so great? Because white really doesn't have a target. I mean, that's all defending each other. And g5 stops this f4 march. And apart from that, everything is sort of defended. These pawns are a little passive. So I think I have full compensation. Why did I rook c8 instead of rook fc8? I think it has to do with the fact that this rook will be useful on this side of the board. There, rook e3. Okay. Go rook g6. Do I subscribe to an idea of a certain diet in chess? I don't know, it really depends. Like, I don't think it's that straightforward. I don't think that it is that clear what is supposed to be eaten and what's supposed to be terrible for you. It really depends. As I don't really know. I don't really know there. And again, my situation is good because my bishop is just very much difficult to get rid of. It's just a monster there. The last thing I need to do is organize my attack. And if I manage to do so, then this will be pretty good. Now, if you haven't seen it, there was a famous Fischer, Wolf Anderson game, which is definitely based on this idea of g5. And that's kind of the whole thing this is built on. This whole plan of doubling on the g file is Fischer's. And you might have not known that, but it is quite an idea. And in fact, this is the first time in my life that I could imitate it. Let's go queen e7. And that's kind of the difference between the two. This guy has purpose while this bishop on b3 is just staring in the blank. Doesn't do much. It's just chilling there. There. Okay. Let's start rolling. Let's start rolling. How should you determine piece scope? It really has to do with practice. The more you practice the game, more you know what your pieces are capable of. But again, you can see you want to have a piece in the center if you can, and then you're really sort of targeting your opponent's king, or at least in this situation, that's my goal. Also, I brought these rooks so I can activate them on the g file. I'm gonna go h4. And again, you can see that my bishop will help out in the attack, blocking off the g3 square, so my opponent can never really block. Hello there, Alden. Let's take. I'm gonna get in there and just go there. Just go behind. Hey there, script. And we're gonna double. And that's why this whole maneuver of having those two rooks were great. So all of you who are wishing for meme ideas, I will do that. So keep that in mind. I will do it on Saturday. All right, let's go here. Get all of my rooks over there. And now the attack is very, very, very close to breaking through. There, that's a nasty check, but I don't think it's that bad for me. Yeah, just king g7. My bishop is defending everything, and again, my bishop is useful. Just covering that key square. Bishop d1. Yep, now I can take. And that's a problem. Yep, it's going to be a subscribers simul very soon. I mean at 9 a.m. CT. There, queen d7 trying to mate me, but I think that's slowish. It's not gonna get there in time. There, let's give a friendly check. King f3 and queen g4 is a mate. So this is a typical plan that I've learned from Fischer, and this is this g5 idea. Taking away that square and then doubling up on the g file before actually breaking through with g4. And obviously I never wanted to exchange queens, I'm down a pawn, but it doesn't really matter in this position because what matters is piece activity. In fact, if my opponent would have gone here, I don't really want to see that, here takes, and I can force this same checkmate. So that is sweetio. That's why you study these games. Again, if you are interested, that is the Fischer game, Fischer Anderson. That was the first time an original idea showed up. Hey J-Rod. let's go c5. So if you want to play on the king side, block the e pawn and control the f pawn, well, you can't really simplify it like that. It is really like a typical position where you can do it. It's just a typical scenario. And again, that's kind of the game that you have to check out to understand what's the concept there. Yeah, let's go d6. We're sort of playing the Drakadorf, banking on both of those bishops. Hello, hello, people. Let's go knight f6. I can't go knight f6. Wow. I can go knight d7. Bishop d4, and I will just block it. Normally, if you have a bishop, a fianchetto bishop, you want to keep it. It is very good. And I will have some pressure on that e4 pawn. It's kind of a mix of the two systems. Let's go rook c8. Can even think about going knight c4 in the future. Don't know if I will do it immediately, but it's a good plan. g4. Okay. Probably I shouldn't have allowed that. I'm gonna go h6 though. Just to be sure. Alright, knight e5. I'm gonna block it. And also kind of preparing knight c4 ideas. And this actually looks good. Actually looks quite pleasant. Might even rotate my knight later. Yeah, I mean, that looks good. Looks the way it should be. Takes. And at the end of the day, I still have the bishop pair, which counts for something. Which always counts for something. Yep, it's Ilya who streams time to time. Let's go e6 makes sense, but first off, I want to step out of these ideas. I have this bishop over there, being aggressive. Knight a5, I'm not giving up my bishop. I'm gonna keep it. Keep it for a better time. It defends and attacks. We'll hope that it works. I'll see. Knight d5 actually helps me because it opens up my bishop. Okay. I think I'm gonna undermine this guy. So I can open up my bishop. My bishop in the end of the day. That would be very good. And notice that I'm trying to play on this side of the board where I have the majority. And a bit my opponent's pieces are scattered. I should try to use that as well. Takes. Let's take. Notice once the position opens up for these guys, I will have the better chances. Not quite yet, but CNHS, thank you for the follow. Yeah, this actually looks very good. Kind of enjoy it. Chess is very much universal. It indeed is universal. Just bothering the H-pawn. You understand chess? You think you understand chess. You think you do. But do you really? Do you really understand chess? That's the question. Well, we are all trying to understand this game. If we can, but it's not as easy as it might seem. It's quite a tricky game. And now I'm better because I have majority on this side and all these pieces are rather far away from the action. There, bishop d3. Okay, I think I'm gonna give it up and create a passer. And this is especially promising because of my bishop pair. Hey, Miss Lethal. Okay, start pushing the pawn. Now the game of chess is, yes, it's exactly that, especially nuanced. You've got to be very precise in this game. One slip and it can be gone. Chess is tricky because it follows like a pattern that is not human. It's not a human pattern. Like chess has its own set of rules. Alright, let's bring the king. In endgames, you can't really win the game without the help of the king. There, let's bring the king. There, let's go king f4. I'm lucky I'm a GM. I don't know. You're 12 years old. You got an English class. Things will get and look better in time. Don't you worry about it. It really is gonna get better. Look, you've got a whole journey ahead of you, and I think that's a good thing. There, okay. Let's take this. Although, why did I do that? Why did I took? I don't even know. I don't even know. Let's activate this bishop. Lumpel, I think you misunderstand. That's kind of a figure of speech of you're lucky that. I don't think that that's what was meant there, and suddenly the knight king will run over to capture one of the pieces. That's why bishops are so good. They control squares, diags, and help out with the defense of the pawn on f2. So look, you will become a GM, it just takes some time. I know, it's very boring, and I completely agree. Doing the same vocabulary math each and every day, that was very boring. But trust me, I did that. Everybody did that. You have to go through that at the end of the day, and this is checkmate. Which is good news, because this king is stuck, and I'm happy. Those bishops are doing a fine job, and the king takes away the only escape square. So no, we all gone through that, and those times are boring, but always look forward. You do this so you can play chess later. There's always a positive side to every story. There's always a negative, but we're focusing on the positive right now. And you always can keep the mentality that things will improve or change with time. So right now we're kind of in a pandemic situation, but who knows? 5, 6 years it's going to be completely different, and then you'll be able to travel. So if anything, I think it makes sense, just buckle down, study the game, and eventually things will go your way. Chess ain't that simple. Chess is complicated, but that's what makes it interesting. If it was just a simple game, it would be very boring. D4, and I'm gonna go knight e2. Well, for a good reason, you say. Don't push those pawns. But this is called the King's Gambit. The King's Gambit is just a brave way of playing. And again, that's a good point. You can also travel even if you're not a GM. You don't really have to be a GM for that. Exactly. Very good point. All right, bishop g5. h6. Okay, let's take that. Queen d3. And doubled pawns are not great, but here it actually takes away this juicy square on c6. So this knight is sort of trapped there. Okay. All right, let's just castle. So there are different quality differences between doubled rooks. I mean doubled pawns. Doubled rooks. Like this one's much better than this one. And therefore I think that my position is slightly preferable. There, but that sort of runs into knight g3. This double attack, which is sort of nasty. Well, get through it. Get through that class. It'll get better. Bishop g6. Man, that's nasty. What is this move? I don't expect this to work, but it does. Alright, knight f5. There, okay. Let's get aggro. Let's get hyper super aggro. And black is super passive. Takes there, okay. Let's take that pawn. It should be so much better than it is. Bishop d6, but now I have bishop b5, and that's why you pin it. Pin it to win it. And right now I'm gonna win it. I'm definitely gonna win that. Yep, the pressure is real, is indeed very, very real. All right, let's go here. Asking the lady where it's going. Where you going, lady? Where you going? There, okay, and after knight d7, the lady has nowhere to go. Because the rooks are taking all those squares. Okay, bishop d7, rook e8, we take that. We take that. Alright, rook g8. And resigns. Resignovich. So whoever is asking about when is the simul is starting, obviously it's going to start at 9. Let's see if we get a pairingu. Sweet, we've got a pairing. Awesome. Well, it is simple. Subscribers are free to play. Okay, knight f6, always develop, and then I can go castle. I think this runs into knight e4 because the b2 is hanging. There, let's drop back, and then I'm gonna castle. h3, that's Castello, defend these guys. d5, thanks Drod for pointing it out. e5, can I recommend some good Pologaevsky game? In fact, you can find some on our YouTube channel where I talk about specifically Pologaevsky's game versus Stahl. Which is a very famous game. There, let's get the center. I'm going to start rolling with my pawns. King here, always be cautious with these bishops. They oftentimes are super sneaky. f4, let's roll those pawns. Let's roll them. Yep, Marco and Polo. Mostly both of them. Marco and Polo. Alright, let's ask this rook where it's headed. There, bishop d7, connect the rooks. One of the things that people forget about is getting these guys connected. It's important. Queen d2, okay. Now, let's go queen d6, eyeing these guys, and I might maneuver my pony to a better square, to e3. I mean, it's all about observation. If you can observe well, you become a good player because you realize, that's a target. And also, once this knight moves, actually you realize, hey, my bishop can also show up on c6. And that's kind of like the maneuvering chess that some of us love and like. c4, and now we land on the promised land. I could take, but knight d3 is good. Okay, bishop c6. Look at those snipers. And this is a great position. I'm dominating positionally. I might not be winning in other ways, but my pieces are so much better that my position is winning. Takes. Hit this, hit that. Let's take. And I say this a lot, says Drod, but thank you, Dinesh, for going into the depth of analysis that you do. The explanation of subtle moves is beyond helpful. Sure thing, I'm happy if it helps. There, but now I can take that rook, start rolling the pawn down, and now I'm just promoting. Just promoting there. Alright, and this is mate. So lurking around 4th place. Yeah, and sometimes it is really the quality of your moves that matter. Yeah, being lurkalicious, exactly. Alright, d4, let's play c5. Sort of Bennoning it up a little bit. g6. There, I can take, go queen b6. And now you can see that this bishop is actually in a very good spot for an attack. b3, knight c6, d6. And now this is dangerous. You usually don't want to allow this. Okay, let's go knight f6. d5. Knight c3. This mainly works because of this double attack. Now it's sort of nasty for a white. There, let's go bishop f5. Notice once your opponent kings gets in the center, you want to go for the attack. Queen c3. Let's go rook c8. Queen. Queen is running into all kinds of ideas. Queen a6. But he connected his rooks. True. True. Those rooks are indeed very much connected. And I don't even care about that bishop as long as I can win that piece. There. Okay. I'll take. Takes and castles. Now I have my rooks connected, and I will also pounce on the c-pawn. Note that this king is not quite on g1 yet, so it is a little bit in danger. Let's take. We want to go ahead and double up. Ooh, that's unfortunate. That is an unfortunate move. I could have won the queen. Well, sometimes in chess, if you just win a piece, but that's for certain, you don't want to risk it all just by going for something risky and something that is very much, you know, superficial. Because you make one mistake and your advantage is gone. And that is what we call a technique. Alright, let's Berserkovich, go e4. There, let's do b3 again. There, bishop b2. Again, it's all about the pins. e6, I'll take. Queen e2. No, I mean, winning the piece was the correct choice, I think, chess negotiator. Definitely you just want to win the piece and look around, because if you go for like a master sacrifice and you fail, then all your hard work is and was for nothing. There, let's go knight c3. You overlooked that it was closed. See? I mean, that's kind of the thing, that you don't want to allow those things to happen. Knight d5. Okay. I'm gonna go for the sacrifice because my opponent's king is a little bit in the middle and I feel that I should have compensation for it. Okay, king f2. Am I wrong? I might be. I want to go up and just go this direction. Maybe I'm playing it terribly. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? Yeah. Yep. So the plan is, after the tournament, by the way, is to have a couple of sub-simuls. So if you want to play, make sure you are a subscriber so you can show up and roll, rock and roll. We've got an hour and 6 minute break from English. That's nice. That is a nice thing. It's good to have a bit of a break. Oh, my opponent is asleep. Sha-la-la-la-la. But this actually runs into this very nice sacrifice. Because if takes, I take on f7, it's checkmate. And apart from that, I have a double threat. Listen here, thank you for subscribing with the tier 1 sub. Welcome back. Let's keep this rolling. Yep. Double attacks, by the way, as you might have known, is a 90%er. Triple attacks, we're not even going to talk about triple attacks. Triple attacks win 100% of the time because it's just too many things to defend. But doubles, they're defendable. However, as you can see, this is problematic. Okay, I'll take, and I can take on f7 there. This should be very good for me. However, it's trickier than it looks. Okay, let's go knight e2. This knight is sort of good at holding the attack up, but I had to defend this pawn for sure. Queen d7, so I've got a good piece in there. If I go back, it doesn't really do a whole bunch. So I'm gonna go h4 and start chasing away this good piece. There, I'm not that certain I don't want to keep the queens. Also, this pawn sort of lost its support on f7, so it will be much easier to target it. And the situation is better. Your e5, well, it's a strength and a weakness. Like, it is constantly being attacked, however, it keeps this bishop passive. So it actually is a positive piece. Like, it has like a positive effect. Hey, Duck, how are you? Looking good. I think this is pretty good. Once I start sort of getting around the e6 pawn, this will be an advantage. Knight e7, that's a smart move. I think I'm gonna go knight f4, immediately targeting these pawns. And that's one of the things that like higher level players do. They immediately pinpoint your targets. And you're trying to undermine it as quickly as possible. Should I try to keep my pawn chain based on the second, says TBA listen here. That show weak centers, the f or c pawns are gone. Yeah, you want to keep them, especially if your king is there. g6. That's an interesting move. I think I can go queen g4 and just target that. And now I'm just going to get rid of the base. And if this base is gone, then I will have ideas of undermining this rook. I mean, this knight with the rook. It is basically a base, Duck. It is basically a base. Will be a rapid control. That GM. It will be a rapid time control. Alright, I could think about slaloming over there, but hey, let's just take with the rook. This knight actually has business to tend to, so why move it away? Queen f7. Yep, but this runs into knight takes e6 check, and I can take on f5. I have brutal threats on f8. Might have been, could have been a bit more precise with that one, I guess. I guess, although it still looks very much in control. Yeah, this looks fine. I mean, fine for me, not my opponent. This looks very annoying, very much uncomfortable for my opponent. How have I been more precise? I'm going to explain it to it in a jiffy. Not quite yet, but I'm going to tell you in a bit. And the only thing left for me is really to activate this guy. If I could activate that bishop, I would be very, very, very happy. My opponent is lower on time even without berserking. Well, yeah, that does happen. Rook f7, I can't take. Probably I could have taken the other rook, I think. There. Yeah, let's just get the bishop out, create more space for myself. I'm already happy. I don't know when I wasn't already happy. Okay, I can give this nasty little check. I don't know if I want to though. Wait, there's this rook f8 idea. Ooh, that would be troubling. What? That's no longer such a great idea. That's a rook. That is a rook. Yep. Oh, I said I will be happy after I activate. Yep. I would have been happy. Definitely would have been happy if I could activate. My opponent needed to take, but didn't, so what to do? What to do? Yeah, in that position, Black really needed to get the king out, but was slow with that. Couldn't quite get there. Let's Berserkovich play e4. Knight c6, let's play bishop b5. Always pin it to win it. There. Okay. Okay, let's go knight c3. Knight e2. And my bishop is not boxed in, which is an added benefit. There, let's go c3, undermining the d-pawn. There, I can take this. Bishop g4. Pinning me. Okay. There, that's a very good move. Queen a4. I'm eyeing this side of the board. Takes. Check in betweener. Let's take this. Let's drop the queen back. And even though my guys are a little bit passive, I do everything to get as much space as possible. Bishop b3. Again, I want to activate my guys. Rook c1, hit that pawn. Also notice my queen is next to almost the best square of the board, eyeing that pawn. Nope. Okay, queen e6. Again, notice I'm trying not to go backwards. I'm trying to control all the important squares that there is in this position. Let's go rook c6, activating the rook. And also I will want to go ahead and double up. Double up the bubble up. Knight h4. Okay. f4 is actually a solid move, keeping this bishop out. And as long as this queen is out of here and there's no way of getting to g2, I'm doing good. Bishop e7. Okay, let's roll with the pawn. Let's roll it. Okay, I've got another one. Got another one. Got another one. All right. There. What is this? There. Yep, let's just take that. King f2. And always remember, the queen by itself cannot checkmate. How am I so accurate? For one, I'm not always accurate, but otherwise, like, you calculate, you get the experience. You get the experience of how to be precise. That's how you become accurate, right there. There, rook there. Can I go rook g4? I check. Okay. Let's take here. Queen g3, but now I have bishop f2. There's no more checks. No more checkerinos. Done with the checks. I hate it when it doesn't let me accept it. It's just hilarious when it doesn't let me. It's just, hey, 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 you want to accept the win? Hey, you want to accept the win? Yo, want to accept the win? Ah, Sykes. Kidding, kidding, kidding. Not gonna happen. And then he says, ah, okay. No, you're not kidding. All right. That's Berserkovich. Ooh, okay. Okie dokie. D6. There. All right. I'm gonna go knight d5. It's a little bit cheeky, but I'm going for this double attack. Check. Well, I can block, and I will. It's a promise. I shall block it. Okay. Let's ask this bishop to kindly leave the premises. H3. Let's get this rook on the open file. That's where it belongs. Everybody where they belong. It matters. In this game of chess, it matters. Queen c3. Let's develop. Yeah, it sometimes doesn't allow. F3. Okay. Go ahead, play h6. d4. Alright, I'm gonna go back. By the way, just letting you guys know, if you want to play in the sub simul, you are not late. It's going to start around 9. So, if you are excited or would want to join up, it's going to be rapid style play. So it should be fun and will happen right after this tournament. Now I'm just gonna go ahead fianchetto quickly so I can get my guys out and still attack. H4, not scared of that, especially because I can anytime exchange, even though that doesn't even work, that rook is hanging. And this is the problem when you just move pawns. I get a huge development advantage, so I'm making sure I can break it open. And look at that garage sale. It's doing nothing. Those pieces are just chilling. Straight up chilling. And that's not what you want to do. You want to have aggressive pieces lined up for attack. Bishop e3. Alright, let's go queen b6, bother the b2 pawn. So when you're ahead in development, you want to go for it. You want to go all in. Also, once you move your pawns, like there's no more g2 pawn supporting the f pawn, and I might try to use that if I can. There, okay. Gonna go ahead and target that pawn. I didn't want to take because my queen would be in danger with that one. And that would be nasty. There, now I'm gonna castle. I'm not afraid of no ghosts. And I'm gonna be able to break it open with d5. There, let's take. Now the e5 is fork. Is a fork. Yeah, that is kind of an annoying moment for white. Yeah, that b1 knight ain't happy. That that ain't no happy knight. The knight is kind of feeling awful. Yeah, that b1 knight ain't happy. That ain't happy, but my rooks are going to get on the files quite soon enough. And that's why you don't move these pawns too early in the game. Takes, I'll take. Okay. There, takes. And the thing is, there's a discord between these guys. Like, if there were less of a discord, probably white could at least muster up some defenses, but this actually runs into this idea. This is kind of a problem. It is a full lady. Takes. Gonna go e4, just trying to open it up for my pieces. There, rook f3. And at the end of the day, I want to take and just pinpoint the fact that king is iffy. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. There, let's take. b4. All right, I'll take that. I'll take that. Slayer, thank you for the follow. And this is looking good. Looking good. All right, I'm gonna take this pawn, exchange the rook. Le rook. After that, the rook exchange, it is going to be a win. I mean, it is a win. Nevertheless, let's hide. Let's hide the king. And there's no more ways of defending because both of them are covered. Sweet, 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 sweet. All right. So this should be it. Clinching the event. So we are going to have a sub-simul, people. And it's going to be lots and lots of fun. So I hope that GM is around. Miss Lethal, I know you're around. Good. So, what should be the size of that first one? How many should it be? What should be the size? Thank you, Miss Lethal. Miss Lethal is saying your consistency of reaching top 3 in every hourly rapid that you enter is really beyond me. Congrats on this arena. Thank you. I mean, obviously, I should do so. But, yeah. I mean, berserking does help a lot in this sense. But it really has to do with lots of practice. And with every practice, you become closer to a master in general. And that's what you want to achieve if you can. I mean, if you wouldn't be able to do that, that's the problem. But even if you don't attain it at the moment, practice. Practice, practice, practice. Like, you can't imagine how many hours I spent on playing chess. A lot. A whole bunch. Yay! Man, I'm also gone ahead of a prime minister. Feeling honored. Do you play chess or you actively learn? Both. I do actively learn and play chess. I know, it's crazy. By the way, if you haven't been part of our club, here's the link that you can join so you can become the member of the Chess Weeb channel. Thank you, Don't Cry Wolf. Thanks, 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 thanks. Alright, so subs. Are you here? Say you're here and then we can start rolling. You're trying to hurry and log on? Awesome. BetGM. Awesome. Good to see you. It's going to be a rapid format with increment, so I hope that will not surprise you. Here. Okay. Yeah. Sorry for my rapid drinking. I do have to, just freshen up just a bit. All right, let's set up the simul. So it's going to be 10 minutes and 15 minutes extra. You know what, let's make it 15 minutes and 20 extra for the host. Or let's do 25 seconds. Okay, sub simul. The first one I'm not going to need anyone to be a member, but the next one will be with members. All right, here is the link. I was drinking water, obviously. Remember, you've got to be part of the club. I mean, you don't have to be part of the club, but you have to be a subscriber to be able to play. So let me check, because we have this sheet that I can check if you are a member. Okay. Listen here. Okay. GM. I'm listening. I am listening. Listen here. So. Let me even change the title. So it is simul time. Let me check that. If it's on the list. Yep, it's there. All right. Denny 21. I don't see you here. Joyful Scooter. Denny. So again, if you did not see the link, here it is. Yeah, I've been dehydrated. So gotta get some in. You've got to be a sub, people, to be able to play. Oh, is that you? Wait. Oh, it's Denny21. Okay. Thank you for the follow. All right. You're below, right below there. Oh my, sorry for missing out. Did not see it. Drawed. Yep. So also, if you're a sub, let me know in the chat. You are in there, because I wouldn't know by heart, so I've got to check it. Longest time control ever. I think Bloskop. Where's Lenny? Where are you, Lenny? Can't find you. You were here a second ago. Didn't I add you? Are you here, Lenny? I don't see you. Black King. Oh, here's the link again, Lenny. I was about to write to ping you. Here's the link. It did go well, Joyful Scooter. Did go pretty well. Johnny. Terry Lang. Okay. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Lenny, I think I found you. Right, is that the Lenny we're looking for? Okay, so Miss Leith, I think I found you there. Lenny. Okay, so that's the name. Alright. You're already in. Good. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I'm gonna pick 2 more. Accept random candidate. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Accept 1 more. All right, let's start. Okay, I'm gonna start with e4. We'll do a little bit of d4, e4, knight f3, and a bit of English, because why not? All right, e4. Let's honor Larsen as well. And a little bit of Budapest. Echo Bravo, thank you for subscribing at Twitch Prime. D4. By the way, if you didn't make it, very not. This is just the first sub-simul. There'll be more. Let's go E4, knight C6. On F3. And what's kind of fascinating with the Réti is that you're playing a reversed variation. So I'm gonna go C4. Sort of play a banco type of play, but with an extra tempo. Should B2, let's go D4. D4. Okay, knight F3. Let's go knight F3, knight C3. C4. Rook G2. This is sort of like the Larsen, but down the tempo, so that is not great. Donominov, thank you for the follow, or at least it has that problem. Okay, I think I'm gonna go knight D2. Just defend it. Let's go knight C3. There, let's go bishop B5. C6. Now black is adamant on playing it like in a closed position slash Slav. I'm gonna go E3 and just try to play aggressive that way. Knight F6. Let's go C4. And most of the time bishop B4 is the idea if I go knight C3. However, I have some tricks up my sleeve. I think I can maybe go A3 and just take cover of that square. And then there's no bishop B4. So let's try it. There, let's play D4. Okay. There. e5 is mainline, e5. And it's kind of funny, in both cases we're playing positions with reversed colors. So I'm playing like this g3 bishop g2 modern. It is known like the Budapest in other circles. I think I can even go c4 and try that. d6. Now that's not a good combo. You usually want to have e6 and have the pawn there instead. Alright, I think I'm gonna even provoke my opponents to close it up. There. Okay, let's go h3. Bishop a4. Knight c3. Let's get a scotch in there. Alright, knight c3. g6. Alright. Let's go c4. Knight e7. I want to exchange off that bishop. There, b6, knight c3. And I think I'm going to be very aggressive and gain more space. Bishop e7. Let's go queen c2. Now b5 I think is a little bit early. Takes. There, and I'm gonna go queen c2 just to stop any bishop f5 ideas. Knight f6. And I think I might have a4 here because the rook is in a sudden danger. Bishop c5. And I can go e3 here. d5. d5 and d5 b6, just a side note right there, ain't always that great because oftentimes that is just not good for your structure. You can just take there on d5 or wait with bishop g5. I think I'm gonna go bishop g5 first. There, knight f3. c6. I shall take. Knight e7. So in the olden days, they played queen g4 mostly, and they also came up with this idea of h4. Fischer used to play knight f3, and that was a big boom with that line. I think I'm going to try h4 this time. Castles. Let's go bishop g5. h6, but that actually doesn't defend because takes, and then my rook is really not really, there's no way of getting around that. Queen e2, bishop g4, let's go knight e5, and I can go d4, knight c6. Okay, and my point was to go g4, and because it's a close position, this actually works out. dc makes sense, trying to activate the bishop, but I think I will get the center for that. Okay. Knight e7. Let's take that pawn. I'm gonna drop back. a6. So I do control the center. However, my king is in the middle, so I've got to rectify that situation. There. Okay, let's go d4. Let's go g3. Ooh, but that is checkmate. That is checkmate. Let's take this. So if I take now, maybe there's b5. So I'm thinking that I could go maybe a4 and stop that. Take. I think that makes sense. I'm just gonna take d5, and the whole point of this one is to play g5, and there's not enough defenders. Okay, e5, that's gamble. Bishop d6. The problem with this is blocking this bishop in, so I don't know if that's such a great move, but what do I know? Let's even bother that bishop. There, knight d7, trying to undermine my knight. Okay. Can I go b3? Not really, but I can go bishop d3. Bishop d3 again. There. So I'm gonna take this because I have the center that will definitely compensate for the bishop pair. Knight d7. So the issue is c5. I've got to stop that c5 somehow. If I can stop it. If I can stop it. So it would make sense to play a4 just to have a wrench over there. Or rook d1 eyeing the queen. e4, e5 is an idea too. I think e4 is pretty good because at the end of the day, the h7 pawn is going to be hanging. So what I'm really focusing and thinking about is how to stop this move. Because if I play rook d1, I can take and have pressure on the queen. If I go e4, black will have to deal with the weaknesses on the queen side. If I go e4, e5, this is the problem. So this is one of those things that you have to look at when you're trying to solve these problems. And I think I can go e4, just simply. There I can take e6. I think I'm going to go f4, just bolstering that knight. Bishop e5. Let's go f4. This bishop is too strong, so I need to get rid of it. There, and even though my opponent has the bishop pair, I'm going to defend this pawn on d4 and just hope that the space advantage falls down to something useful. Takes. I can capture back or capture there, and it's never that clear which way you want to play. I think I'm going to take that pawn. Just too tempting. Too tempting. There. And even though my bishop is sort of staring at the wall, these pawns can become quite weak. So I'm going to go knight c3, immediately attacking it. Bishop b4. Let's cancel. Scurry, scurry away. Can go e5. And then just take. I do have to look for some tricks. But okay, e5 must be the good move. Let's cancel. Takes. There, and I will be able to play d4 sooner or later. There. Okay, let's castle. Rook g8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. My opponent has 6 pawns, so it will be probably around even-ish. So I just have to decide where I want to put my pieces. I could maybe maneuver my knight to a good square, or just go and quickly castle. Probably that's what I'm going to do. g6, my opponent is playing a Kamsky favorite, the hippo. Playing the hippo. But I feel that black is doing this a little bit too slowly. So I should be able to punish that. The king is still in the mid. Go knight c4, attack that guy. or something like that. Or just go knight c4 immediately. I think I'm gonna take here first. Knight f5, trying to win my pawn, but I don't think that you really want to do that. I'm gonna go h5. Now, this is actually a typical question you have to ask yourself whenever you're in a chess game. You've got to decide whether you want to have a big center or a solid one. Now, I could take with the queen and get a solid center and the bishop pair, these guys, or take with the pawn, which is a bit more aggressive. I think I'm gonna do that because at the end of the day I can try to exchange off my opponent's pawns in the center, and then just have an extra pawn near the mid. Uneasy playing e5. Alright. But e5 should be a good, it is a very solid choice. There, I'm gonna take this. Knight d5, and I do have to tend for these tricks. If I don't, I'll be in trouble. So, I think I have to take there first. My whole idea of taking on f is to open up my rook. I could do the good old typical number 4 of the King's Gambit, but I don't know if that is great. I think I'm gonna go knight c4 though, because I want to undermine this defender. Here, now I can't really take ef because of the typical queen h4, check on e4, and also that rook will be hanging. I'm not quite ready to do so yet. Even bishop c4 wouldn't help me. So maybe queen h5, shockingly, even though that looks wrong. You don't want to get your queen out early unless it's winning. However, for that, I think knight c3 is the medicine, defending that square, so there's no such thing as checks, and queen e4 hitting the king and the rook. I think that's the medicine I'm looking for. Hola! What's going on? Knight d7, and I think I'm gonna go queen e2, so this rook can be nasty. Knight takes e7. Now I can take on h7 with a check. Question is what to do afterwards. I think I want to get rid of that guy. I think that's gonna be next. Okay, knight h3 takes, I'll castle. d4, queen c7. Now cd, queen c3 check is a problem. That's what my opponent is trying to do. I don't know how great that is, but it is definitely what my opponent is trying to achieve. It's a close position, so I might get away with g4 as well, just kicking the knight and then go maybe h6. But I do weaken my king side, so I'm not sure if that's high on the list. I could play a defensive move, just defending the square. So if takes, there's no queen c3 because my rook will be attacking that. Now these funky little moves that I'm trying to make is just specifically the French. So if you're trying to do this at home, make sure it's only in the French. I could go bishop d3 as well, but I'm way too tempted to go g4 and h6. c5, trying to open it up for the bishop. I can go d5. The only thing that I don't like, that in that case that bishop is good. Side note, that bishop on b7 would be terrible. However, I could go e5 and go d5 there. So even when you get an extra pawn, you always have to think what's your opponent's best piece, and the best piece is this bishop on b7. So I'm gonna go bishop e4, d6 there. I can take, I'm gonna take it, and I'm gonna go d5. So with these pawn pushes, what I'm achieving is making sure that this bishop is misplaced, and then I'm closing this guy up. Queen h4 looks a little funky, not gonna lie, little funky. Maybe I can go f4 and then be aggro, because this king is still in the middle. Queen takes. Should I take the queen? I could. Yeah, I should take it. I should take the queen. I could take with the knight or the queen. How to decide which way to go? That's a tough question. Well, which way to go? If I take with the knight, I protect this square. So there will be no breaking through. Maybe even knight g5 with some mating ideas on h7. But the big question is whether that is the better way to go or taking with the queen. Because taking with the queen actually has benefits. So definitely think that's possible and something that I could and should consider. I like queen, because if I take, queen can go there, and with this pawn missing, my attack does look quite deadly. There takes always castle, your king, so takes. Now if I'm very positional, I can take with the bishop, just getting rid of this guy on b7. However, if I take with the knight, I will retain a very strong attacker. So that kind of makes sense. I could take with the bishop. Takes. Alright, so let's be thematic. Takes on d4. Wins the pawn, but the king is still in the mid. I could go bishop g5, pin it, but you always have to check if there's h6, and I don't think I can punish that. If I go back g5, and the bishop will be chased away. I don't think this is that great, because there's g5. However, if I rotate the move order, play e5 first, then get the bishop in, that might prove to be deadly. Also, once this knight moves, my bishop will be attacking that queen, and I'm connecting the rooks. So that does seem like an idea. It really boils down between these two. I don't want to take on d4 because it would open up this diagonal to my king, and I don't want that. I think e5 is best. Knight e7, let's castle. Castles. So one thing that you always want to check out is open files for your rooks. So I'm gonna go rook b1 there. c5. Now I can go knight g5 and attack this square. If g6, I check and I checkmate. If you go here, might have g4 chasing the knight away. Ah, but my knight is hanging. That's not good. So knight g5, knight f5. The queen suddenly springs into the attack, and an attack on my d4 pawn. And that's the counterattack you don't want to see. That's something you don't want to see. However, Again, if I rotate the idea and go queen h4, knight g5, this mate becomes quite real, and you can block it with your knight. Yep, that's it. Bishop e6. Okay. Well, let's develop. Again, takes, and notice my opponent doesn't have the bishop pair as compensation no more. And that is an issue, bc. It takes d4, takes the pawn. I can take here, take there, or put my king into safety. Actually, I even have some other ideas, like maneuvering, zigzagging my knight to d6 or go knight b5 and have some other threats. But I mean, it's just much better to take stuff. Knight b5, the king has to move, the rook has to move. Probably knight b5 is better, just because it kind of makes the king more uncomfortable. If I just take the pawn, black is not really threatened to move anything and I just get the pieces out quickly. It'll cost plenty of pawns, but doesn't have to make concessions with the king or the rook. After knight b5, I think there's some trouble brewing. Castles. Let's get this bishop over there. Activate it. Queen f2. Queen f2. Wow, that's an uncomfortable move to face. Okay, let's take this pawn. There. I can consider e6, just trying to get closer to the king, or just rook d1. e6. However, if I play e6, these guys get more active than they were before. e6 takes. You can go rook d1 maybe, and then attack. f6, queen f5. So really it boils down if I want to go aggro with e6 or just play rook d1 and look around. I'm gonna go aggro there, and I think at knight g5 it's very difficult to defend it, and that's why you need that extra pawn there. Pressure indeed, Robert, California. Takes. And I don't think this works, because queen takes c3 seemingly double attacks, but one of the kind of first tactics you learn as white, that you have bishop d2, and suddenly your queen will be defending that rook. Queen b6, let's defend this guy. b5. If I take, I guess takes, and this knight is hanging. So one of the things that I could do, or I should do, is to save my knight. And knight a5 seems to be an interesting idea, because if takes there, I can take on f3 and I will threaten ef, and that rook is gonna be suddenly targeted. And if nothing happens, I do hit that bishop and that knight at the same time. So it's probably a decent calculation by Drod, saying that if there's capture, then you can capture and capture. However, What must have been missed is the idea that I can go play knight a5 and have a double attack. And as I told you guys before, double attacks are quite venomous. Bishop g4. Let's go queen d2. And this is checkmate. The king has nowhere to run and you can't move to f8. Takes. Alright, I can go block 3 ways. Knight e2 is the typical French way of playing. Bishop e2 is a bit more standard. I think that's fine. I'm gonna keep it more standard. Knight b4. Sort of threatening that, so I'm gonna castle now. Queen c7. Thank you for the follow, Diato. Queen c7. I sort of think that this bishop is a little iffy. There, let's go knight f4. The whole point of this position is to undermine that pawn on d5. Takes. Now again, in chess you don't have to force take stuff. You can take them later. Maybe knight f4, but I think this is good. Takes, knight c3. Queen a5. Now every exchange helps my opponent. So queen b3 is just logical, keeping the pressure and defending the c-pawn. GG. GG. Terry Liang. Queen b3. There. Go queen f5 first, maybe. Let's go queen f5 first. I just don't like my queen being in this x-ray. Takes. Queen takes e5. I think I'm going to probe for some weaknesses. Knight d5. Again, obviously I see knight takes b7, but I have to look around if there's anything better than that. Like, let's say bishop g5. However, I see f6, and I'm not 100% sure that's to my benefit. I'm gonna take it. There, bishop e6. Now I can consider taking there, and taking on b7. I can't quite take now because the a3 is hanging. But I'm gonna take the pawn there. Okay. Sort of runs into knight d6, or I could even go knight g5, just activating my rook. Alright, let's give this check first. There, rook c8. Rook c1. Takes. Alright. Again, should I take with the knight? Take with the bishop. Let's take with the bishop. Knight f6. And again, I can capture everything, or whatever I want to. Question if that is to the benefit of my position or not. I'm wondering about this a little bit. Problem is it takes its mate, but there's queen d5 and this knight holds still. I don't like that. I think rook d1 makes sense. Takes, but then the bishop gets active if I take. Queen takes. So rook d1 is the move. Now, let's go knight g5 and jump around. This king is feeling a little bit breezy over there. g6, and talk about breezy. This diag will be used by my queen pretty soon. f3, bishop e3. Let's go queen e4, bothering that queen. Do I have a better move? No, I don't think. a6. Let's ask this bishop to kindly leave the premises. Let's take that pawn. Takes, let's hide. There. Now rook f7 is a problem for black because if queen takes, I take, and it's a pin. And if queen d8, I have knight e6, forking the queen still. Now he's still yet to bring this rook in, which is a shame, but what to do? Let's take that. Check, but then I can just take it there. Okay. Knight d6, knight e6 check. Queen c8, really begging for that exchange. I could take and my knight could boomerang back to f5. However, I don't know if it's such a great dealio for me because it takes. So I have to decide if I want to go queen f4 or c2. Again, I'm going to keep it with queen f4. Bishop d7. Okay, let's just go rook d1. There, let's collect. I'm collecting the exchange. GG, Drod. Hey, Billy Devane. How are you doing? There. Okay. Let's take that. Knight f5. So still have to tend for that pawn. Tend for that pawn. Could take, create a weakness. Say queen c6. But my c pawn's a little bit iffy by in itself, and it's one of the things that kind of bothers me. Maybe c4. But then rook b8, and I'm very close of getting getting a trapped queen. I don't want that. Maybe queen b4. Takes. b4. Or just queen b3. The only issue is that the c4 square is under protection. Take. Or just take it and play e3. Let's do that. Bishop b6. Hiding those folks. Bishop e1 is funny, almost winning the queen, but there's actually queen e3 check. I'm not a fan of that one. Could take on b7 though. I'm gonna take that pawn. Takes. I want to actually go e3 and just have a better structure. That sounds like an idea. Queen d7, just targeting that. queen c6 and defend it. All seem like reasonable ideas. Not quite sure which one to do it. Let's go e3. Queen e6, but queen e6 runs into this one. Also, I'm considering knight g5. Knight g5, knight takes d5, and my queen is hanging. And that is a problem. Takes. I guess knight c7 is very strong. Rook d8. This is nasty, but I don't think it's that bad. I can actually just check here. Takes. I'll go fe. There. Always pin it to win it, and at the end of the day I can take on d7. Oh, g5. We don't have takebacks, do we? Yeah. I'm sorry. What? It almost didn't let me play. Queen a7. I think I can go queen e2 and e4. I think I'll take and just build a Marozzi. There. Gotta go e4. And now you can see the benefits of having those multitude of pawns. f1. There, now I can take, and rook f1. At the end of the day, there's no defenders on f6. Queen takes. Yep. Rook c1. There I can exchange because I'm going to win an exchange there. Ooh, king f8 was a mistake. If black would have played something like bishop d7, I think black is more or less fine. Probably I'm still much better, but then in that case at least it's still going on. So king f8, I have this check, and rook d8 mate. It was an interesting game. Interesting game. Joyful Scooter. You did get some pawns, but on the other hand, I think you needed to develop more of your queen side to make it here. And again, I can take, but the good thing about double attacks that if they don't get out of it or they don't move one of them, I don't have to take them. So I can just go rook e1, which makes a whole bunch of sense. Is this a simul? Yes. Is this the last simul? No, it's not. So if you guys are here and just join in, this is a sub-simul, so you can join up, Duck, if you want to. Go queen e2. And let's go bishop d3, rook f1. Queen a5. I want to get on in. And once you get all your guys on the 7th, that's the moment you're having fun. Takes e3, bishop d4. Just building a wall of pieces there. And I'm going to activate this bishop. Queen b6. Now that's a very nice move. Very, very nice move. Just trapping my queen, but I think it should be much, much better. All right, let's bring the rook in. Let's just freeze the position. Takes, let's give a check. Check, and I'll take the pawn. b5. Okay, I'm gonna go queen e2. Oh, but now I can check and just capture that bishop. King e4. Alright, so the king can only go to these 3 squares. I could stalemate the king and there's still pawns over there. The question is, what type, where is the mate that I'm looking for? There, there, go here. Possibly I want to play it this way. Doing good, doing good. Thank you for asking. There, okay. Let's keep the king in the box. There, let's push the pawn. Box it even more. Notice now the king can't ever cross. It's basically in this box. And I just need to come up with a way to win this. I'll be back in a second. Be in the washroom. Alright, bishop e8. Let's go. Well, I want to go aggro, but that does have repercussions. But okay, let's go. Let's go anyways. Do books about the oven exist? I think they do. There, and the king will be in trouble. Let's bring the king. Takes. I mean, the ovens, I think there's a Christian Bauer book. Knight h5, let's bring the king out. And once I play h5, the f7 pawn will become quite weak. There. And that is a tricky move. I don't have g4, just takes. That's not good. Go here, attack that. Or just activate my bishop, which makes sense. Let's go queen g4. King d1. King f2. Okay. Trying to unbox A. Trying to unbox. Hello there. Hello there. Rook f7. Okay. Let's give a check. there. Right. Ah, but this runs into bishop d6. Ooh, f6. It's not that great, especially the knight over there. Let's go queen f2. Rook f8. Let's go rook b3. And bishop d4 is checkmate with those bishops lurking, and my rook putting this king in a box. GG's, listen here. There, let's go knight e2. Queen a5. I'm gonna take the exchange. e5. Now e5 is an interesting move. Very interesting move. It's kind of annoying. I'm gonna over defend the f4 pawn. Rook a8. That's a little bit mysterious. I think I'm gonna block that. Pawn takes. Okay. First and foremost, I think I should defend that. And then just go for the attack. Because no longer is there anyone defending that square. Yeah, you've got to get your bishop out a bit more than the way you did. Okay, king is coming. Question is which way to continue. Could check and go rook d7. And then I can go ahead, try to win that pawn. Alright, that makes sense. That definitely makes sense. King f6. Although, do I even have to bother? Alright, let's just start pushing my own pawn. d5. I think I can just capture, as I will have enough defenders on that side. Let's go rook f3. There, and I have rook d7, just asking this knight to leave. There, so this knight is horrible. So I could take with this way, but then the situation would get dicey. Like this knight would be awful. So it makes sense to take now this way. There, knight takes. Knight c8. Is this the plan? I can't go rook d8 because knight b6. I mean, I can, physically can do, but it's not such a great idea. Bishop here, rook b8. Here, but that's just an exchange and that's nothing. Could take, and get the pawn. But that's just an a pawn. I'm gonna go a5. Making sure that this knight is trapped. And oftentimes in these endgames, it's not really that you have a pawn advantage, but the fact that these guys are so passive. And that's why I have chances for a win. And not for another reason. Okay, knight e7. Okay. It makes sense just to bring the king up. Alright, let's take. And even though I'm up a pawn, oftentimes these can get tricky because of my king being a little bit off. Probably I'm better here. I'd still conquer that I'm better here. However, it can be quite insane if you get the typical hedgehog, that is. In this case, I don't think you're gonna get the hedgehog that black really wants. However, there are some hopes. But I do think that I'm solid because if takes, I can just sit there and enjoy my advantage. So my opponent is saying, okay, you can take my pawn, but I get an active rook. Do I want to see an active rook? That is the big question. Take. Ah, but there's knight c6. So no thank you, I don't want to see an active rook. Rook d6. And I'm just going to wall up these pieces with c5. Once the OTB tournaments start up again, do you think you'll try attend any? It depends, and depends on my mood. I am very much a chess player, so I do like playing chess. Yep, I could take or wall it up, so this guys can't really get into the play no more, and I have a free hand on the other side of the board. A6. Wow. A6. What is this about? Let's just bring the king. There, king g7. Let's go here. Let's just play good old casually. I mean, I just wanted to get my guys on the files. Why not? Especially black can't really do a whole lot. Okay, rook f7. I'm gonna go f5. That wouldn't be possible before because that bishop was lurking in the shadows, and I don't want that. Whoa, Nicola, thank you for subscribing with tier 3. Subscribe for 11 months. Welcome back on an 11-month streak. Thank you for subscribing. Just doing a sub simul. Actually, we're going to do another one after this one. So if you want to join, definitely feel free. So here I'm trying to think about a plan, and this looks like a plan. This looks like a plan for me. I think that's a plan. That is a plan. G5. Let's plunk this knight. Knight, rook on E6. E5. Now that means El Collapso is around the town. If I take there, just to take that. Take here. And always, always the big question, whether you want to let the genie out of the bottle or not. Obviously, if I take them, there's 95, and that's not a good sign. Not a good sign. Takes, checks, takes, again checks. Let's just bring the king. Yep, let's bring the king. Bishop d7. Takes, queen d4. Well, we can start rolling with queen d4 immediately, because if takes, I have rook f6 at the end. Drud is saying, I randomly saw Alex Slenderman when he was in IM, and I was in high school at a random club in Greenwich Village. It was cool because I just read his article in Chess Life on the Smith Mora, and he asked my friend if I wanted to play for $1 game. Nice, very interesting story. Okay, again, it's never too late to lose a game. It's always a moment to lose a game. So first I'm gonna go rook e1. Takes. Could take with the pawn, just take away the square, but my king anyways is heading that direction. So I could take away that square. I like king d4. I like the fact that my king is active. King g8. Alright, it's time to get down there. Knight e5, and I wanted to go rook d6 anyways and just get the advantage that way. I want to take that knight. And as Chad said, but I completely agree, that GM was playing very good chess so far. I mean, it was always slightly better for me, but not by a whole bunch. And it was always a question if it's enough, even. I don't want to take, because this knight gets lurking, so I'm just going to take rook d5. Takes, I'll take on c6. Takes, it's a check, that's important. King f6. Now this is a bad idea, because check, and I lose my rook and the pawn. Probably nobody cares about the pawn, but I would still lose it. Now, I don't really want to take this way, because I might lose that pawn. So I think I'm going to go rook c5, defending these guys. And preparing for an onslaught. Yeah, I think this looks quite good. Just gonna capture the a pawn. rook b4. Obviously, I don't think, well, even the endgame is winning for me, so that's good. That's good news. Rook c4 maybe. Yeah, rook c4 is quite good. Bishop g6. Let's go bishop d5, pinning it. But GM is defending very well. GM, not sure if GM is quite what I would say, but definitely quite a valiant defense. I'm gonna take, and then I have rook c6 check, and at the end of the day I will have 2 extra pawns, which should be worth something. Probably 2 pawns. There, h6. Let's go rook e6. There, I'm gonna check first and then h4. Just making sure I have that under attack. There. Okay. Can I go here first? There. Let's take that. King g6. Okay. Go h3 and h4. So h3, h4. King is stuck there, and that's good because I still will have this idea. And just to keep that like that. And not to mention that I still have the e pawn. Rook endgames, yep, they're tough. They're tough arena. They do get quite tough. Alright. Takes. And it's annoying. This is annoying, so I'm gonna step out of that. Probably I should slalom to h3 and just put pressure that way. f5, but this runs into this very pretty sacrifice. Takes. There. Takes. Must be made there. Maybe I just take, yes, takes here, rook takes here, check here, check here, checkmate. The king on f4, it can't move. If I'm correct, that does look like shachmati. So takes. Got that bishop defending it. King here, I take this way, so I can have pressure with both of the rooks. King moves up, I check here. King moves up, I check here, check. And that's mate, because this rook I kept on this file, it'll be sort of boxed in. You can't go here because my king is protecting all those squares. let's go. There, rook f5. Rook f5 is not good because it runs into this very nice rook takes g7 idea. Rook takes. And I guess if here I can take here, check, check, and double mate. So now I just take this one. King here, check, here, check, there, and now I just take, and this endgame is winning. I mean, it would be confusing if this wouldn't be winning. Alright, let's just push the extra pawn. There, and the point is check here, check here, and it's mate. I can't go bishop e5 because the king would scurry away. Check. 5. Let's take. And it's 3 pawns too many on this side of the board. King f6. Let's double check. Yep, it's still what I want it to be. Good, good, good. Take care. Crunker. Take care. And this is Schachmatista. GG. Let's go. A G to the G. That's kind of cute. This bishop's working full time. E6, just running with the pawn. Now I'm gonna run both of them down the board, and it's a game over. GG. Thank you, appreciate it, Blasco. There, let's go. E7, now I'm getting ready to get a Damen. There's one more square left. And after that it is Schachmatista. I mean, the Schachmat happens. Definitely. And this position obviously is winning, but to VetGM's credit, was very well fought. I think this is a nice little checkmate at the end. VetGM, I think you fought well, deservedly, that you were the last to give in. Well done. You played well. VetGM, you played very well. I mean, your position was maybe a little worse, but that does happen when you're playing black. And I think that was very well done. So, I think we're going to take a bit of a look of this game between me and VetGM. But after that, we are going to have another Simul. Are you guys ready for another Simul? Alright, so let's take a look. Let's take a look. First thoughts. What were your first thoughts, BetGM? What were you thinking? No, Shaddad, no, it won't be only qualifiers. So obviously if you want to play, you're welcome to. So G3, E5, D5. Basically, this is just like if white decided to go this direction. Oh, I don't want this yet. So E4, G6, D4, Bishop G7, and imagine you're playing black with an extra move. With an extra move. So G3, E5, and I played C4. Whole point being I'm trying to undermine your center, very much in the spirit of the Reti. In fact, black could play knight f6, takes, and surprisingly this would be a transposition to the English variation. But that comes from this move order of c4, here, 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 and bishop g2. He decided to play c6, which makes complete sense. You control the center and that's great. Takes 6, d4. e4 is very good. You're kind of blocking in my bishop. And that's, I think, is a perfect way of playing. Knight c3, bishop b4, very good, pinning me. There's no queen a4 because there's always knight c6 defending up that bishop, and that's just completely fine. Knight h3. So my whole plan is to undermine this guy. My plan is to go knight f4 and to undermine it, especially connected with this queen b3 move. Knight e7, castles, takes, castle. Alright, so let's stop here and look around what's going on in this position. So I do get like a backwards pawn on c3, but I do have the bishop pair as a form of compensation. So bishop a3, just immediately trying to undermine this defender. Knight c6, knight f4, and only thing left is queen b3 really to put even more pressure over there, and on b7. One of the things I think black could do in this position is to go and play b6, just making sure that's not attacked. And if queen b3, I think, well, queen b3, probably you can just go rook e8. If takes, you can take with the knight, and if c4, you have this idea of knight a5, hitting the queen and the pawn. And once black consolidates, this is pretty good. Yeah, exactly, finite division ring. You eventually have this idea of knight a5. You could also go bishop a6, but rook e8 is kind of nice too, getting out of these ideas. And if takes, you just take with the knight. You always have to have enough defenders. Queen a5, so I kind of like rook e8 b6 more than what you did. Because the queen, even though it's aggressive, you kind of leave these guys a little bit weakened. Queen b3. And I think bishop e6 was a mistake because you just lose the pawn. But let's see what the computer thinks. Computer thinks, yeah, this is bad. Yep, the computer sort of agrees. Either b6 or rook e8. Maybe I can go c4. That I didn't consider. Probably the idea is to undermine the pawn and activate this bishop, which is sort of bad on g2. Huh. But after queen a5, as we already pointed out, it's very difficult to coordinate, and the queen will be kind of shut off if you play b6 here. Bishop b6, takes. Made a mistake. I could take the whole point. So the point is you can't block with knight f5 now because the rook is hanging on f8. That I missed. I thought that is not possible. Took the pawn. Knight f5, takes. And it's actually not that easy. You can also see on the computer, it gives barely an advantage for me. Because even though I'm up a pawn, this knight is very good. It's pressing on d4 and there's lots of pressure on my position. So it's, even if it's better, it's not by a whole bunch. e3, I'm giving up the pawn back, but in return, I get all of my guys on the 7th. Queen b6, b1, takes. And this is the typical position that you want to have. Those rooks are just too strong on the 7th. Rook b8, bishop f1, takes. Check there, rook b3. I'm trying to attack it frontally. Rook 8, and rook 8 is too passive. Probably you should have defended on the sides, and yeah, and objectively you should be close to holding the game. Sure, Joyful Scooter. You can play, of course. Rook a8, bishop a6. I'm just making sure I control that square and keeping this rook passive. King f7, check, a4. So the point is I want to push this pawn up to a6 and play against that pawn. Here, knight c8. I wasn't sure if this is that great. I'm not even sure if I trust that evaluation. But maybe these pawns are weak enough. Because oftentimes these endgames with same side pawns and an a pawn is considered to be a draw. I'm not sure if I made a mistake. The computer says so, but even 2.1, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this is correct. Because my king will be stuck there defending these pawns, and once I leave, those pawns can be lost. So I'm not sure. Went a5, knight e7, king f1. I'm just bringing the king in. Whoa, this is even. Knight f5. Is it knight d6? I vibed this bishop d5, which is quite nice. Alright. I think I'm still better here. a6, that was the mistake, it says. e5. I didn't want to take, didn't want to activate this rook, so I just brought the king. Takes here, and then it was just winning. Takes, check here. h3. After rook g7, it's just winning because I take on f5. So all in all, I think you played well. Defended quite well, but I think a little bit of a mistake towards the end sort of tilted the way. But anyways, GG's. Alright, let's get ready for another one. Oh, not arena. Alright, so 15. Yep, let's give 20-second increment. Right. Here's the link, people. Here's the link. Okay. Well, bon appetit, VegGMN. Good job. Good job. Well played. How long? As you have seen, it is going to be a rapid time control. Chat Dad. By the way, just a side note for all of you around here, I am going to do a meme stream tomorrow. So if you have any meme-ish ideas, that is the time to try it out. What's your username, Robert California? Same as in Twitch? Meme stream? Only meme variations will be working, Miss Lethal. I know what you want. I know what you want. Meme ideas, I've got all. Oh, okay. Oh, Andrew. Okay. Andrew K. Let me check. Okay. Good. Joyful Scooter. Uh-huh. Also, if you are a good old subscriber, you obviously have heads up. And do let me know. Do let me know if you're wanting to play and I don't see ya. Listen, here is me. Okay. There. Okay. Also, just a side note. That you can join us over here. For future arena events, because in arena events we are going to make it only exclusively for the team members. All right, so I'm going to make it 15. Okay. And we're going to accept randomly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alphastino, thank you for subscribing with Twitch Prime for a 4-month streak. Welcome, welcome, welcome back. By the way, we are playing a sub-simul, so if you want to join Alphastino, here's your chance. Here is your chance. Give me your username and I'll find you. Okay. All right. 3 more places. 3 more places. I actually chose some random. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wait. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Guys! Come and join. Duck, are you going to play? Oh, Alfastino. Let me find you. Here's the link, by the way. Not that one. Let me give you the link for the event. Thank you for the follow. Alfastino, here's the link. Okay. Are you in, Alfastino? I don't see you at the moment. Can I play one oven for science? Yes, definitely. I'm all for science. Flu, thank you for the follow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12, 13, 14, and Faustino, I don't see you in the names. Oh, not in that yet? Oh, trying. Okay. I don't see you. I don't see you, Faustino. Should be in? Alright. Let's hunt for you. Ta 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 da tap tap ta da da. I don't see it. Alpha, Alton, Basil, Rashid, Atar Salam. Alpha? Okay, yeah, that's kind of the problem. What is your username? What is your username? Alfastino. Is it Alpha? Oh, okay. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, 1, 2, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. All right, let us go. Let's start. All right, let's go d4. Let's play e4, c4. Let's do a bit of Larsen. I'm gonna go h3 so you can get a bit of a Larsen. Why am I playing so many Larsens? Crazy. Okay, d4. Oh, there is the oven. e4. Not gonna do the bird. Not gonna do the bird. Why? I don't know. You were removed. Oh my goodness. I don't know why you were removed. I thought you were in there. Man. Hello there. Hello. Alright, so let's go knight c3. Knight c3. b2. Knight f3. c4. And I'm going to make it oven-like. Sort of a reversed oven. There, knight f3. Bishop b2. Let's go knight c3. There, d4. I think I'm going to try a3 again, just take away that square. Let's go c4, c3. There. So here I can always consider taking and just get a better structure. Yeah, sorry about that, Chad Dad. Hopefully I can make it up tomorrow. Could take, but I don't want to give up my bishop like that. e3. Bishop c5 ain't too great because I have d4. f4, let's go Grand Prix. You want more Grand Prix? Well, you can always check out our lectures on the Grand Prix. There, bishop b2. Let's double up. e4. Bishop f5. And so the problem with these bishop f5 moves is that you leave this pawn weakened. I think I can take and go queen b3. f4. Bishop g5. Always pin it to win it. Okay, let's go e3. There, e3. Knight f3. Bishop e2. Knight f3 again. Knight f3. Will there be another simul soon? Probably, but it's tentative. I think I'm gonna do a simul next week. There, knight f3, c4, bishop b5, knight f3. So kind of this a3 move always is against this bishop b4 idea, and I'm trying to build a center knowing that that's not possible. c4. And you Oven fanatics or Larsenites, this bishop on b2 is right there to target that e-pawn or try to hinder my opponent from developing. Okay, let's go knight e2, bishop b5, playing that good old line. There, let's go bishop b5, bishop b3. Knight c2, knight c3, and now you can see the point of a3. There's no such a thing as bishop b4, and then I can start my operations in the center without being in any sort of trouble. Yeah, and that bishop on c8 is indeed Monka S. Let's go knight c3. There. And I think I'm going to just smother that bishop with e5. There. Castles. And because you have a bishop on b2, oftentimes it makes sense to break it open with f4. Ooh, it's the Rui Lopez you wanted, Micro Mateo. Alright, let's go. What should we play here? d3 is quite good. e3. There, and I can't take here because that guy is hanging, so gotta go knight c3 first. But after that, it's pretty good. Knight f3, f4. And you kind of forget that positions are quite similar. In this case, this specific case, you will see the benefits of this knight being on e2 and not on f3. So I can go f4. There, let's castle. Bishop c5, let's play c3, c3, okay, e3, let's go queen c2. You meant in the queen b3 game? Don't know which one you're referring to exactly. Let's develop. Okay, knight f3. Bishop b5, always pin it to win it. There, and this bishop is sad on d7. Now I can go bishop d3, but then probably takes. So rook d1 would make sense. If any takes happens, I can capture with the bishop in one go. a4, e6. Now, this looks suspicious. Can go knight b5. I could even go here, bishop f4 takes and take on b7. That rook is hanging. And that's kind of the downfall of bishop f5 oftentimes. I'm gonna go bishop f4, e5, let's keep it closed. g6. Man playing the TF blade variation that you can see all the time on this channel. Bishop g4 trying to pin me. Okay, I'm still fine getting a bishop for the knight. Let's go c4. Let's take queen e7. Queen e7 is a little bit iffy because it is just putting that king in danger in the future, but you'll see why. Let's go drop back. Let's take this pawn. Let's castle. Let's play d4. And I'm gonna take with the queen. There, and the only thing that it's missing in black's position is a solid structure. So it's time for me to pinpoint that to my opponent. Okay, let's go bishop c4. There, and I have this idea of e4, which is typical. In fact, was played in a famous Kramnik Galfond game. Not exactly this one, but very similar to this line. e6, and there's two problems with bishop f5. One, the b7 becomes weak. Two, the bishop is kind of iffy over there. So I'm gonna go knight e5 and immediately attack on c6. There, let's take. Let's go attack. Let's go attack. c3. Knight e4. Where is that knight going? That's what I'm wondering. Where is that not going? Pretty unsure about it. Pretty unsure. Ah, wants the trickery. Okay, so let's stop that trick. Now I can take here, or just go bishop c4. I think I'm just gonna take there, bishop d3. Take. There. Okay, let's go bishop e2. e6. Okay. Let's go for the attack. Knight d4. And the problem for black is that there's no d6 pawn holding back my attack. If that was there, it would be fine for black, but in this case, this will run into some sort of trouble. So let's start pushing that pawn. b4, let's hide the queen. e2, f5. Can go d3. I think I will go d3. Queen b6. I could exchange and black would get a terrible pawn structure, but I'm even considering knight b5 as an idea. Queen a4, knight b5, knight a6, rook c1. I guess I'll just develop. h3. Just develop. Take that, and I can win the pawn in that case. Queen b6. So here's the typical idea. Takes, and you can start rolling with g4, h4, giving a big advantage. Okay, let's ask this bishop to leave the premises. Castles. Go e5. Rook c1. And this is actually a funny structure. It's called the hedgehog. Quite a funny position. Beloved by Ulf Andersson. Okay, I can take here or take on e5. Got to decide which way to go. I think I'm gonna take this one, and my reasoning is the following. At the end of the day, I do want to get a middle pawn and not a pawn on the sides. There. Okay. Let's develop. So I have g4, h4, which works because of the nature of this position. And that bishop is sort of trapped. d5. Ooh, you're going for the good old Frenchie. Alright, I guess I should remaneuver this knight. Takes, I'll take. e4. There, let's run with the pawn. d6. Let's activate the bishop. Let's take that pawn. There, I'm gonna go for the aggro move. Maybe there's knight h5. So I'm gonna start with rook g1. Kind of in anticipation of playing g5. Right, let's develop. b6. Okay. I could maybe consider playing d4 and knight b5, knight d4. Seems like an idea. Or just play it like it is a good old hedgehog. They're trying to c4 me. That's rude, by the way. I could take and go c4 or c4 immediately, or just here. All right, let's just keep it solid. Knight h7. I'm gonna go knight e5. h4, trying to trap the bishop. There, bishop d3. Knight e3. a6. I'm gonna go aggro. The problem in these cases is that often d5 wins the piece. That's why you pin it, by the way. I'm gonna go d5. There takes the pawn. Okay. I'm gonna go d3. Don't mind. I'll take. I'm up a pawn, so it's a good deal. a6. Could check. I mean, knight b5. Check is the other move. Knight b5, have knight c7. The whole point is that you can't quite take, and that rook is hanging. I also have knight c7 ideas. That looks quite strong. There, let's go queen c2. Takes it the pawn. Could take a pawn, but notice my rooks are not connected and kind of bothers my soul. Speaking of that, I'm still gonna take the pawn. There, knight e5. There, f3. There, let's go bishop c4. Bishop g5. So when you have more space, and I definitely have more space, I have a knight on e5. Black has no pieces on the fourth. That means exchanging ain't such a great idea. So I'm gonna go bishop g3. Let's castle. There, that's a good move. Very good move by my opponent. And I think I'm gonna give back that pawn. I'm gonna give back that pawn. There, I'll take en passant. And with h6, I can take on g6, and that'll give black a terrible structure. Alright? I've got the center. That's terrible, bishop. Second step is to castle. Alright, rook c8 is nasty with some tricks. I'm gonna sidestep. Let's block. Let's castle. There. Okay. And it's time to start rolling. Take. There, let's develop. d1. Okay. So the key for my opponent is to play d6 somehow. So I'm going to try to stop that. Yeah, I should go there and play bishop d6. What is going on? I want to go bishop f4 and bishop d6. So that should work. Okay, that's good. Takes, and I'm going to exchange queens. I'm up a pawn, so I'm happy. There, let's just develop. Takes. Okay. I'm up a piece. Black has a couple of pawns. So it's not like it's game over yet. But it's kind of pleasant still. Knight d7. So I think I'm willing to give up this very strong knight, but then I get the bishop pair. So that sounds like a deal. Wants to go there. I don't think I'm going to let that happen. There, let's go queen e2. Let's go bishop g5, queen e5. Maybe wanting to do some jumpity jumps, but I'm gonna go d4 and just chase the queen away. The knight d7 I don't think is good because it blocks the view of this bishop. And oftentimes we forget that this bishop has a purpose. I mean, I don't blame anybody. It really is something that you don't want to have, but hey. Knight d7. But the problem is that that pawn is weak now. I can go knight g5. Knight e7, let's castle. There. Let's rock and roll. Let's rock and roll. d2. c6. Let's roll with those pawns. Okay. e5. And get this guy on d1. c1. Knight c7. The point is, once this rook moves, this guy on b8 is gonna be hanging. However, knight e5 check is strong as well. Looks tempting in each and every way. Knight c7 takes. Or knight e5. I want to go knight e5 for some reason. fg, you usually want to take towards the center. So I kind of find this move a little weird. And I think I'm going to go ahead and attack with h4. There, let's go h4. Let's hide from that attack. Bishop e3. There, let's start rolling with the pawn. Let's play h3. Takes. Wow. Now takes then takes, and that's nasty. It's not nice. Not nice from my opponent. I think I'm going to take on d4. Okay. I have bishop d3, and that's gonna be a nuisance. There. I want to trap this bishop, honestly. Honestly, that's what I want to do. So I can go rook a4 and just attack. There, g5, a4, knight d5. I think I can have knight e4 and just over defend. There. Okay, let's just go h3. And even though I'm ruining my structure, I've got the bishop pair and the extra piece, so I'm not too worried about that one. There, bishop d6. Knight h4. What's going on? Take care, duck. This knight is nasty. I'm gonna exchange it off. Takes. Take it. There. Let's just go queen c2. There, let's go d3. Rook e1 over defending the pawn. There, I think I can take that. Now I could take or go h5 just to break it open, pierce it open. I like h5. I like that idea. I'm gonna go h5 here as well. Let's go aggro. Let's go aggro. Let's go super aggro over there. Thank you for the follow. OP. Okay, I guess wants to go there, so not a fan of that idea, so no, don't go there. Okay, I'm gonna go bishop g5 and just pin it as much as I can. I might even go dc4. But actually, why? When I can just go for the minority attack. Knight c6. Do I have knight c7? At the end of the day, my threat is to take and take on b4. Knight c7. Yeah, that looks very strong. Knight b4. But this is sort of not working the way I wanted to make this work. Alright, let's go 94. F5. F5, my king is a little bit iffy, but I can take first and then go F5. E5, then knight E5. Let's just get the rook on the file first. Knight E5. I don't mind, I'm just gonna go B5. There, let's go rook D1. Takes. And I'm gonna go for it with F5. Yep. B5. G5, just keeping it closed. What a move. I think I'm going to do still this piercing move. There. Okay. Rook D1. Let's just ask that knight to leave the premises. Queen C8. Alright, let's just get the rook on the file. Knight D5, not gonna exchange. Keep the bishop. Takes. And again, in chess, you never know what you want to do. You could take on E6, just go rook F7, take this way. So there are plenty of options apart from one. So it's not just a one option game. Takes. Alright, let's do it. Takes. Take on D6. Knight B5. Let's just be aggressive with that knight. King hides in the Z corner. I guess I can go bishop G6, and I will do so. G6. Okay. Could take the pawn. My king is in the middle and it kind of bothers me. I'm gonna go queen E2 instead. Just double up. B5. Okay, I'll take. Let's go E5 again. Queen D2. Knight takes. I could take, but then knight C6. So I could take here first and then take on B4. Knight C3, and even though this knight is nasty, my rook will get quite powerful on the 7th. Bishop F5. Go queen B3 there. Or queen B2. Queen B3. Knight E5. I am gonna start taking stuff. Well, knight F3 is nasty, so I'm gonna stop that first. Knight D5. D5. I could take, or back. Let's just drop back. Let us just drop back. Okay, I can take that. And we'll do so. Let's activate the Milady. G6. I can check here. Oh yeah, that looks actually quite problematic. Or is it? I like that idea. Just keeping that king stuck. Let's take on d5. Let's all right. Kind of neglected developing, so I'm gonna start developing. Let's give a friendly check. Bishop a5. Thank you for the follow, by the way. There. All right. Let's defend it. Why not? Knight c4. That's very creative. I have knight a4 though. It's bc, then there's takes. There. Okay. Let's go a4. Could take the pawn. It's a pawn. Take the pawn. There. Should b7. I will take, and the problem is at the end of the day the queen is not enjoying itself. Alright, let's go rook b1. Bishop d3, and my idea was to take. Maybe I could take here first. Takes and just takes there. Yeah, that looks quite nasty. Rook h7, now I will take. Takes, and then the rook is no longer defending the queen. Alright. Rook e8. Alright, let's castle. Rook b8. Let's go ahead, rook d5 and take the e5 pawn. Take that bishop. Takes, let's take. a5. Okay. c7. I think I have queen g6 because I'm threatening those two, and I don't really care about that one. It's mate on f7. There, and I wanted to take. How bad is that for black? It should be pretty bad. There. Now, this castling was an atrocious idea. Quite a bad one. No, this is ugly. Still gonna take. No, I can't do that. Can't do that. Alright, I got to block. Got to block. Queen b5. Got to block it somehow. Take it. Take it. GH. Or just take. GH. Yeah, that looks good. 97. Queen d6, just blocking everything, sort of preparing to get my rook in the game. Now I have b4, just chasing that knight away. Don't have a4 because knight b3 idea, which is nasty, but I can drop back. f6. Is it a big dealio? Takes. Nah, let's just drop back there. Okay, now I'll take on d5. Take this pawn. Rook b8. Let's go g4. Takes. Now I am down the exchange, but this king is super naked. Um, and I should be able to use it. I could even consider that one, but why not use the fact that I have that all-powerful piece there? Okay, takes and takes. I don't want that. I want to take this way. Knight c6. b5, just chase the knight away. Also, there's plenty of threats on that pawn, so let's do that. Knight e4. Let's take this. Takes, and I think this is a big mistake because I can check here g5 and there's no way of escaping, and rook g8 is mate. Check g5. Yep. Knight takes d5. Now this bishop might be useless in the future, so I should take this way and slalom my knight towards the other side of the board. Here in g5. Okay. I'm gonna take that knight. Can I go queen e2, queen h5? I think I can. There, let's take. Knight a5. If I could get rid of that knight, I could even consider g4, g5 just to undermine that guy. But I don't know if I want to, really. It makes sense, but I have no idea if that's the way to go. Maybe I could go this way. No. Not that good. Let's go rook c1. King f7. Now I can take that pawn. Takes on g2. You're not gonna trap my bishop, yo. Yo, you ain't gonna trap me bishop. Alright. Should I go here? No, just take that. Okay. I could take, yeah, taking is best. I'm gonna take, and the plan is to slalom this knight towards the king. There, now c6 is for Carino. dc. Let's develop. There, let's take that pawn. Check. Okay. Here. There. So the main thing is that the rook can't come back to f8. If it does, it's not mate. But it is mate because I'm not going to let that happen. There, let's go knight c5. Takes on a g4. Alright, I'm going to take on e7, knight e2, king f3. And that mate is unstoppable there. f5. Okay, I guess I'll drop back. There. Can I go f4? Just ask around what's going on. Or bishop f6. Nah, f4 is nice. Rook there. Okay, I'll just zigzag with my king away. Or just take. Yeah, let's just take. There, let's take this pawn. Ooh, I'll take that. I'll take that. Knight f5. So I can't take anything. My queen is in danger, so let's just drop back. Queen e7. Okay. Can I go rook g1 or something? Just bothering this knight. Yeah, I can. I definitely can, and I should. f6. Well, let's storm my opponent with 50 million pawns. There, okay. And that wouldn't be great, because then I would lose the knight, so let's just keep that knight. There, let's go queen h5. Queen b4, and that's what I was pretty sure my opponent wanted to do. I don't want to exchange queens, though. Don't want to exchange queens. There. Let's just keep that knight. Rook a6. Okay, let's take that pawn. Queen e7. Let's get that bishop out. Bishop takes f4. I guess I just take. There. Trying to trap me. Don't trap me. Let's give a friendly check. And I think e7 is deadly enough. Takes, 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 takes. Check, checkmate. Yeah. I think e7 is deadly there. e7. And now I want to get my knight to e6. Check. If I take, then there could be some nice tricks. But I can go king f2. And that's actually one of the exciting part of chess. You can rotate your thoughts. Just like in algebra and math, you can have a bit of a rotation. Alright, let's go king f2. And I'll be back in a second. Okay, queen f8. If takes, then I run into this beautiful trick of me losing material, and that's not good. I mean, I'm pretty sure my opponent would be happy with it, but I wouldn't be. So, Wesley. There, bishop g5. Seemingly defending, but I think I have check, and that's gonna be a problem. I can't always capture that one. Alright, let's go queen h5 check. There, let's take that. Queen d6. Let's take this guy on c8. Rook b6, trying to bulldoze down my b pawn. I think I can go rook h2. for example, and just defend it. Or knight a4. Knight a4 and knight c5. Nah, not sure if I like that much. e3 there. Can't tell. Can't quite tell. GG's Drod. What can I do? I'll go knight a4. It's a bit adventurous, but a little adventure doesn't hurt. I can go here, attack, or go knight g3. Both seem quite legit. I'll go knight g3. Should I just take? I don't want to take it. There, g5. Let's weave a net around this king. c5, and I think I can capture. There's no rook c8. My bishop is right there to guard. There, and bishop h6. There, I wanted to take. Bishop takes. Could get into an endgame. Maybe takes rook c1 and d4. Queen a1. Let's do queen a1. There, let's take that. Takes. Let's take the queen. Rook e7. And let's march this rook over to the other side. Let's take this guy. Bishop f8. Always castle. Hitting my bishop. Let's put it next to a charger pawn. There, and I wanted knight d3. There, queen f4. Takes. Wow. That is a brave, brave move. Takes, probably rook c8. What if I take with the pawn though? Knight b4. It's a little annoying, but it shouldn't be the end of the world. I go knight c4. Sort of saying that this knight will be trapped. Could go d4. Or I'm closing that side of the board that I didn't want to. What if I just start pressing and go h6? Let's do that. h4. Yep, that looks promising. There. Yeah. If I move this knight, that's just a check. It is just a check. Takes. That ain't nothing special, but knight d8 is nice. Because I'm threatening to take on f6 and just to do a pirouette to the d6 square. Okay. Let's go queen d2. There. Start pushing the pawn. Rook here, but my idea was knight e6, trying to play against that rook. However, maybe there'll be some sacrifices that I do not want to see. Let's just castle from that danger. Rook d1, I'm up material, I'm happy. I think this is wrong because of knight f1, and I win the piece. There. Huh. Now queen f6 makes sense, because if takes, I have this free rook to take. So that is kind of like a first try, and it's not a bad try at all. I don't know. Could go queen f6, Could go knight d2. I think I'm gonna go queen f6. Ooh, tricky. So the whole thing is there's rook d3, and if takes, then it's mate. So I should avoid that at all costs, and I guess rook h2 is nice, defending from the sides. Knight c6. Okay, I can take that. And it's gonna be mate into there. And I can hide my king on d2 or try to go for the endgame. Both seem like an idea. I don't know which way I want to go though. Let's go king d2 or king d1. King d1 ain't, not king d2 is nicer. Bishop h6. Wow, that's a boss move. That is a boss move. Wow, that is impressive. What can I do here? There. Alright, let's go king b1. There, let's take. And that's GG's. Rook g8. Now I might actually switch my target to f6. Takes this one. There, let's bring the king. And now I think I'm gonna go for the king instead of anything else. Rook g3, rook g3 doesn't work. Or does it? g3, queen h6. Takes, and he takes, no takes, takes there. 5, no takes, takes. That works. g3. Let's go rook d1. Queen c6. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and double on the f. Now I'm gonna get this bishop into the game via c4. Knight b3. Now, honestly, I did not think of this one. Knight b3. There. Queen f6. Takes knight there. 6. There, if I take, then there's knight d4, so no thank you. There, I'm gonna go h5. Oh, I have mate there. What am I doing? Okay, rook g3, and eyeing that. This bishop can't move because I have that target over there. Knight c5. Takes, knight d5. Takes, knight e5. Well, because queen e5, that's hanging. And if knight takes, I take there. Let's take. There, let's take. a4. Okay. Oh, I can't move the queen. Can't move the queen. The heck? What is this? What is this? Okay. let's go f4. There, and now I have knight e5. The point is, I will have that threat. Yep. e5. Okay. Let's bring the king. There. Let's take bishop f8. A little mysterious. A little mysterious. Let's take king f8. I don't know what's going on over there. Let's take that guy on b7. Knight b4. Let's take this fellow. Let's take there. Now rook e1 is quite nice. There, f6. And I think I can go rook f3, especially as I have this pin on. There I can take. The king is in trouble. Bishop b4. Queen f4, just hiding and attacking. They're wanting to get in there. Now I need to stop that at all costs. There, let's go h4. Queen d6. Huh. Okay. I think I can take, and go bishop g3. There. No, it's not quite enough there. Let's go queen f2. d6. Well, let's start pinning everybody. Okay, but I can't do that. Let's go queen f5 then. Yep. c2, I'm gonna hide my king. Rook f8, but I have rook takes d3, then rook takes here at the end of the day. Right. There, let's go bishop e5, just getting closer to the king. Rook takes d3. Takes d3. Can go rook f1 and just eye this side of the board. Or rook h1 takes. f1. Rook d7 is winning. Bishop takes a4. That should be a bit too much. Can take on d4 now. King e8. Now I'm gonna go behind. Takes. Okay, it's time to get my rook on the open file. Let's take that. Alright, rook g7. This king is basically without moves. Okay. Let's take that. Alright. Queen e6. Bishop c6, and I think I can just take and go bishop f6, and it's just a terrible position. Okay, so I guess I can just take. queen c5, trying to say that my queen is in trouble, but I have rook d8. Probably queen c7 would have been better. Now I have rook d8 and I'm winning the piece. Rook takes. Check, check. And this should be checkmate pretty soon. Queen d4. Takes. Right, let's just take. f7, bishop d3. Now bishop f6, rook e7 is deadly. There, I'll take that. There. Alright, there must be a mate. There must be a mate somewhere. Knight g8, king here. Knight h6, king there. Check, check, check. There, knight h4. This is GG's. GG. Rook takes f6. Okay. Just take with the knight. Rook e8. I can take and check. Yep, that's looking good. Check. I guess check and takes. There, let's give another friendly check. Takes. Let's block. There, now this must be wrong because of Kramnik Aronyan's knight e8 check. And I'm winning the queen. I'll take that lady. That lady is mine. That is mine. There, I'll take this one. There, and this is, I think bishop d7 is mate. Let's double check. The king can't move. That looks like GG yo. That looks very much like a GG yo. Over there, yep, that is mate. There, okay. Knight f5, queen d4, rook e7. Looks pretty good. King b7. Do I want to exchange queens? Nah, I don't want to. There, queen e5. ab. Could even let it queen and its mate. But no, not gonna let that happen. I have just too many pawns. There, let's take this with a check. This looks quite problematic already because I have just gazillion pawns, even though the king did manage to run away. Alright, there. Rook c7, rook c7, rook c7. because there's no back rank. You can just only take. Rook c7's quite. Is it? Yeah, because check here and I have queen c6. There, I'll take that. There, I can take that, but then check. So that's a no-no. I should go f7 first. Let's hide the king. Notice I'm putting all my guys on dark squares, just so they can chill. There, and I can go rook takes c7. Now that queen is just sadly placed. GG. Listen here. Their point is, I can go 96 takes, but I think I can take, because at the end of the day I have rook h8 and that's hanging. Here, and it's a mate. Okay. Let's check. c2. The point is, if takes, I can check and take. That's just very much like it. That's a fascinating and fun position. There, I can take. And I will just start rushing down that guy in that position. There, okay, let's bring the king, e6, give a check, don't blunder back rank, and that's one of those things that you have to do. Don't blunder the back rank. There, I can take and just promote. That's just promoting. There, let's keep this king boxed in. Okay. Let's just push. All right. Now I've got to be careful not to stalemate, but after it takes, there's one more square there. And after queen b6, it's a mate. There's no way the king can run. Those two pawns are holding it all up. GG's all. GG's you all. Hope you guys enjoyed this journey. Hope you guys enjoyed it all. Well fought, guys. And Ms. Lethal, very well played. Very, very well played. By all means, very impressed. In fact, I think I'm gonna take a look at that one first, because that was very interesting. So let's take a look. There. There is it. There. It's the mate. Why doesn't it show it? Here it is. Okay, so here. Now b5, I do agree that b5 is a little bit too much. So you want to prepare it. Oftentimes I see people play queen e8 and then b5. b5 sacrificing, I think, is a little bit too much, and that can be a little bit iffy. Joyful Scooter, I think you played okay in the opening, but you were too stingy. If you would have given up the pawn, that you would have gotten a better run. So b5, still it's a very good practical try. You're trying to give up a pawn for play. It's not necessarily a terrible move. It's actually a good idea. Queen d7, here, here. Note I can't go a4 because knight b3 and I'm losing the piece. c3, queen b7, takes, knight h3, rook a6. That was very nice. Sort of building this Alekhines gun sort of plan. And that's kind of looking good. Here takes, here, here. And probably I should have just castled or play rook h2. Here I wonder what the computer thinks. Actually thinks knight a4. I was thinking of rook h2 instead and just defend the pawn from the side, and then I can castle. But probably I got way too greedy over there. Rook b8, long castles, that would have been good. Yeah, and this is the position, which would be great. Knight a4 wasn't good. Here, here. Yeah, and already, because your pieces are so good, you have so much compensation. My king is in the middle. Sort of the same situation, but your queen already hitting that knight on d3, which is kind of uncomfortable and honestly nasty. This actually is, even if the computer says you're like down a pawn, I wouldn't say that this is that bad. So queen b6 says it wasn't that good, but I do think that from a practical standpoint this was quite good decision. Knight d3 here, castles here, rook h2, and that was a mistake. And bishop h6 was amazingly good. That was a very nice touch by you. Should have gone queen c2. Just step out of these ideas. The whole point is the following. So if takes, I'm not forced to take with the queen, I can take with the rook. And then I'm doing fine. Bishop h6, and that was a very nice touch. That was very pretty. The whole point being, if rook takes, this rook takes d3 and can't capture because it's checkmate. And that was very, very nice. So actually I think it's a great choice for you to play the King's Indian, because you get these extra counter chances that many other openings don't give you. Even though if I felt that, I did feel that you're objectively worse, but after bishop h6 you really have a good play. King b1 here, and probably you should have gone for this one, even though I do have play because these guys are a little passive. a4, f4, still much worse. Yeah, so here you just put pressure, and I have trouble moving around. Anytime I would leave the town, the b2 pawn is just too weak. But yeah, I think bishop f8 was basically the bad move. You already had very good piece play, and just even takes, knight d4 is nasty for me. I don't have enough guys to attack, I have to resort to defense. This was definitely your play. Here, takes, and even though I know you're trying to go in this direction, however, by now it doesn't really matter that I'm not down a piece because I have this big attack. You can't allow me that because I'm immediately mating you on h7. Queen d4, takes, and this looks awfully close, but I'm just in time to hide my king. So yeah, you didn't see queen b5. In any case, I think that would have been the way to go. Here, and it kind of works out for me at the end because I have rook takes b8. So in any case, a very exciting game. I think you played pretty well. I think you did quite well in this one. And again, if you guys like this opening, do check it out in our YouTube channel. We have King's Indian topics, and that's something you might want to check it out. Watching your streams worked well for me. I'm great. That's great. I'm glad to hear that. I'm very much happy to hear that. Alright, so let's see. Let's see. Whom should we honor? Okay. Let's raid photo chess. So I really hope you guys had fun. Hope all of you had a good time over here. And definitely check us out tomorrow because we're gonna have some fun ideas. Saturday, it's gonna be funny and meme-ish. So if that ever suits you, that is something that you want to check out. The usual time. Alright guys, take care everyone. Have a good day and bye bye.